A single piano answers from far left. A bright bass moves in slow rounded steps. A soft cello pad stretches behind the first phrase. Tiny vival notes suggest reflected security lights. The mix stays flat, close and forced. The brush pattern remains almost still. No melody pushes above the room. The empty wall feeling stays intact. A faint tape texture carries the air. The vival phone returns as a glancing reflection. Wurlitzer voicings thin into the upper middle. The drum brushes pull back to room tone. Near the floor, the bass lets the last chord settle. The gallery closes without a peak.
Frost clouds the conservatory glass above the potted citrus trees. A server pours still water slowly into glasses thin as bells. The tables wear white linen and a green shadow from the leaves. A lemon tree stands in a copper tub beside the old tile drain. I sit where the moonlight gathers but never quite becomes warm. A menu rests across my plate with soup written in blue ink. A branch taps once against the roof when wind finds the outer wall. Noon gathers under citrus leaves. Their leaves hold winter at the edge. A spoon sinks into pale broth and steam rises through the green. The room does not hurry lunch. The chairs remain neatly turned. The frost stays on the upper glass while sunlight gathers near my sleeve. A woman in a navy dress peels a clementine with care. The rind curls neatly on her plate like a ribbon left undone. A waiter lifts the bread basket with one hand under the cloth. The floor tiles shine below the palms in patches of borrowed sun. One yellow fruit drops softly and settles in the copper tub. No one moves to pick it up until the room has heard it fall. Noon settles under citrus leaves. The broth cools slowly in the bowl. I fold the menu to the side and watch the frost begin to clear. Outside, winter stands at the glass. Inside, leaves keep their quiet color. I leave with lemon on my fingers and lunch still warm in memory.
Snow climbs slowly past the skyline and softens every tower edge. A wool throw slips from the sofa onto the pale wood floor. The room sits high above traffic, where sirens turn to thin blue thread. A lamp warms one corner table beside a bowl of green pears. I stand barefoot on the floorboards with the thermostat set low. The glass gives back my outline and the city falling through it. A kettle breeze in the kitchen. The sound is small at this height. Snow rises softly beyond the skyline. The windows turn the evening white. A pear skin glows under the lamp like it has kept a little sun. I do not reach for the curtains. I let the high room stay exposed. The storm can pass across the glass without entering the silence. A neighbor's window 3 floors down shows someone watering a fern. The elevator cables hum faintly inside the wall behind the hall. The wool throw keeps lose its crescent shape where it fell without a sound. Tea leaves darken in the pot and stain the water chestnut brown. One flake holds to the outer pane, then loosens into the wind. The city loses that small point and never knows it happened. Snow keeps rising past the skyline. The pears remain under the lamp. I fold the throw across my shoulders and lower the kitchen light. Beyond the glass, the avenue fades into a patient winter glow. The room stays high and almost still as tea cools near the sink. A silver lid holds the hour closed on a tray beside the bed. Butter softens in a white dish under a folded paper tent. The room service card has quiet wheels and one wheel that turns too wide. The waiter steadies the teapot handle before he sets it down. I sign my name under the total with the hotel pen in blue. The curtains show a line of rain above the city's shoulder. The door eases shut behind him, and the room returns to one voice. A silver lid keeps the hour folded until I lift it with two hands. Steam rises from the covered plate and blurs the lamp for half a breath. The room is not lonely with supper. It has butter, rain, and linen. A knife rests neatly by the bread, as if the night were well arranged. A folded card explains the soup in language too careful to read. I salt it once, then leave it, because the warmth is enough. The television remains dark, a black square in the cabinet. My shoes wait beside the curtains, still damp along the soles. The spoon leaves a crescent mark inside the shallow bowl. Rain lifts against the window and slides out of the light. The silver lid leans on the tray. The hour opens without noise. I tear the bread into two pieces and keep one for the morning. Outside, the avenue keeps raining. Inside, the lamp holds steady. The cart will wait beyond every museum step. Below the museum doors, umbrellas fold against the pillars with a soft black sound. A poster behind wet glass shows a dancer in one blue sleeve. The woman beside me reads the title twice before moving on. My paper ticket bends at one corner from the water on my glove. Inside the entrance hall glows white, but we remain beneath the awning. Two voices pass us on the stairs and leave the word beautiful behind. Rain darkens the museum steps. The stone gives back the cloudy sky. A silver bus pulls from the curb and drags its lights across the puddles. We wait where the pillars darken, with the day held close between us. Not quite inside, not quite leaving, just standing under borrowed stone. A child drops a folded map and laughs when it opens in the rain. Her father shakes it once carefully, then tucks it under his coat. The museum guard watches the weather from behind the inner row. His radio murmurs near his shoulder like a bee trapped in wool. A train pipe writes down the wall in one quick silver line. The poster dancer keeps her balance behind the glass and rain. Stone steps shine under the rain. We finally climb toward the doors. My ticket dries between my fingers as warm air meets my face. Behind us all the umbrellas lift and bloom along the street. The museum closes around the weather without closing it away.
A brass telescope points at daylight. Those stars are hours away. Tea leaves darken in a clear pot on the desk below the dome. The guide unlocks a narrow cabinet and removes a folded chart. Her thumb is stained with graphite from circling last night's moon. I sit beneath the painted ceiling where old constellations fade. The cup warms both of my fingers through porcelain thin and white. Dust floats through the upper window and crosses the telescope tube. Brass points gently through the day. It's brass cooled by patient hands. The tea grows darker without noise while clouds pass over the dome. No one needs the sky to open. No one asks the stars for proof. A chart, a cup, a turning stool can hold the day in place. Two visitors climb the iron stair and lower their voices at once. The guide shows them Saturn's ring on a card worn at the corners. The kettle clicks on the sideboard beneath a photograph of snow. A pencil rolls toward the ledger, then stops against my sleeve. The dome shifts a fraction wider, letting in one blade of sun. It lands across the star chart and cuts the night in two. Brass points through the quiet day. The tea has reached its amber hour. I leave the cup where it was given and follow the stair down slowly. Behind me, brass returns to shadow. The dome remembers colder skies outside. The city has no stars yet, but the light feels measured now.
Winter sun brightens the marmalade and glows against the china plate. The dining room faces grey water under a row of folded blinds. A server carries toast and linen with sleeves rolled to the wrist. The silver coffee pot is heavy and tilts like it has done this for years. I sit near the bay window where the salt has marked the latch. A gull crosses the glass slowly with the room reflected in its wing. Steam rises from the first pour and softens the boats outside. Winter sun leans into the marmalade. The sea keeps moving past the plates. A knife rests bright against the saucer. A napkin warms across my knees. The morning does not ask for much, only bread and a quieter view. I let the table hold the daylight while the tide works far below. A man folds yesterday's newspaper into a shape that fits his coat. Two women speak in lowered French over pears and buttered rolls. The radiator ticks near the wall. The spoon in my cup turns slowly. Beyond the pier, a fishing boat draws one line through the mist. A slice of orange slips from the fork and leaves a mark on the white plate. The server wipes the spill away without disturbing the light. Marmalade holds a warmer edge. The breakfast room keeps salt and warmth. I take the last toast in my hand and watch the water answer blue. When I stand, the chair legs murmur. The blinds lift half an inch behind me. Coffee shines in silver and the sea stays at the glass.
kiosk glass and gathers on the painted sill. The pier boards darken into black under two yellow lamps. A gull stands on the railing with its head tucked into wind. No one sells tickets after 5, but the window keeps its prices. I walk where the boards are slick, with both hands in my coat. The sea sounds larger in winter, because nothing else is open. A lamp hums above the kiosk and trembles inside each drop. Rain beats along the closed glass. The pier lets every footstep pass. A rope knocks once against a post, then sinks back into weather. The town is warm behind the hill, but here the lamps stay close to salt. I do not hurry off the boards until the tide has shown its edge. A fisherman locks the storage shed with gloves too wet for keys. He nods as if the rain belongs to both of us for now. The kiosk menu shows old prices for tea, chips and postcards. A sticker peels at one corner and points toward the sea. The railing holds a line of water that breaks beneath my sleeve. I wipe my hand on wool and taste salt in the air. The kiosk glass keeps gathering rain. The pier lamps blur to amber circles. I turn back before the last bench and leave the tide to finish. Behind me, timber shines in black. The closed window reflects the lamps. A winter pier can be enough when the sea speaks under everything.
The red curtain hangs half closed. A coin drops into the slot. The mall is quiet after lunch, and the floor shines under skylights. I sit on the narrow stool with my knees turned sideways. The screen counts down in green numbers, too patient to be urgent. A paper cup sweats in my hand against the hum of vending machines. The flash warms the curtain seam, then leaves the glass unchanged. 4 frames hold the afternoon still. A lifted chin, a lowered gaze. One half smile I did not plan. One blink the machine kept anyway. The strip slides out with a whisper and curls against my thumb. I do not tear it into pieces. I let the moment dry. A cleaner pushes a cart past and looks away politely. Teenagers cross the empty food court with laughter under their breath. I place the strip inside my book, beside a receipt for coffee. The booth hums after I leave, ready for the next phase. The curtain settles back down without keeping my name. 4 frames cool inside the paper, small proof of a passing hour. afford to milk as I walk toward the doors. Outside the afternoon keeps moving, but the silver strip stays still. A quiet version of myself folded clean between the pages. Rain walks over the arched glass, but never reaches the tiled floor. A row of closed shop windows turns the corridor silver. A shoe repair sign still glows, though the gate is pulled halfway down. The florist has left one bucket of wrapped stems by the door. I carry coffee from the kiosk with the lid pressed flat by steam. The arcade stretches ahead of me like a street kept indoors. A bicycle bell rings outside and blurs behind the glass roof. The arcade keeps rain above the tiles. The floor gives back a gray shine. A coin machine sleeps near the exit with its painted horse turned sideways. I walk beneath the borrowed weather, past windows dark with ribbon and shoes. Each footstep opens then closes in the covered evening air. A cleaner steers a quiet machine along the center line of stone. Its yellow cord trails behind him like a lazy strand of light. Two teenagers share an umbrella, even though the roof is above them. They laugh at the useless shelter and keep walking shoulder to shoulder. A drop finds a leak in the iron and falls into an empty planter. The sound is smaller than a clock, but the whole arcade hears it. Rain stays high in the arch glass. The tiles hold their cold reflection. I finish the coffee near the exit and pocket the paper sleeve. Outside, traffic gathers softly. Inside, the arcade remains lit. A covered street behind me, still silver, with rain it never touched. Clear chairs wait under pale roses beside the varnished organ wood. A high window catches dust and turns it almost silver. The caretaker opens one side door with a key worn smooth at the head. Air moves through the narrow aisle and lifts the paper programs. I sit beneath the balcony where old varnish keeps the sun. A rose petal touches the stone, then holds its color there. The organ bench is pulled back slightly, as if someone stepped away. A rose leans toward the organ wood. The room keeps quiet without asking. A chair leg answers the stone floor and then becomes still again. I let the afternoon sit higher in the window's narrow frame. Nothing has to be forgiven for this light to feel complete. A woman into glass vases with water from a brass tap. Her bracelet strikes the basin once, then folds beneath her sleeve. Outside, bicycles pass the gate with bells too faint to enter. The organ pipes hold their dark mouths above the rows and dust. A program page turns on its own and stops at a blank white space. The caretaker smiles at the aisle, then leaves by the side door. The chair rows keep their measured lines. I step past the brass umbrella stand and carry out the quiet. Behind me, the organ waits in shadow. The high window keeps it silver. The afternoon remains unclaimed along the cool stone floor. Pink neon slips through the window and lands across the low keys. The pavement outside is shining like ink under passing tires. The pianist wipes one glass ring from the edge of the upright lid. Her left hand finds a minor shape before the room is listening. I sit where the sign turns red, then blue across my knuckles. The bartender lowers the bottles into a row of darker green. Rain ticks softly on the awning and loosens the street's hard lines. Neon breaks softly across the keys. The melody stays near the wood. A cab light swims through the window, then folds into the open chord. No one sings above the piano. No one asks the night to rise. The bar keeps its color low and lets the rain stay musical. A woman counts change for the jukebox, then changes her mind at the wall. The pianist smiles without looking and keeps the tune on velvet feet. Two empty stools catch pink light along the worn brass rail. A cherry stem curls on a napkin beside a glass of melted ice. The sign outside loses one letter and keeps glowing anyway. The pianist holds a final chord until the street moves on. Neon lies gently across the keys. The rain makes rivers in the road. I leave before the next tune starts, with color on my sleeves. The door shuts behind my shoulder. The piano stays under the sign, and every puddle down the block carries one low note away. Gold wheels cross the carpet slowly below a tray of empty flutes. The velvet curtain holds the doorway in a hush of deep green light. The server checks each crystal stem for fingerprints beneath the lamp. A folded cloth hangs from her wrist with one corner touched by ice. I watch the cart pass between tables without a bottle being opened. The room is already bright enough in glass, brass, and low voices. One wheel catches on the carpet and finds its line again. Crystal wheels whisper through the room and leave no sparkle on the air. The flutes stay empty for a moment, like bells before the hand arrives. The evening keeps its velvet manners. No toast rises over the strings. A gold rim turns under the lamp and gives the table half a moon. A couple signs the guest book slowly near a rose is cut to clean. The server lowers one white napkin across the handle of the cart. A trumpet phrase from the corner passes under every chair. No one follows it with applause. It simply changes the light. First cork stays unpulled beside the silver cooler. Condensation runs down the bottle and stops at the folded cloth. The cart moves on through green velvet with crystal still waiting to sing. I step aside near the curtain and let the wheels go by. The room stays gathered and low. The lamp keeps warming the brass. Some luxuries pass quietly, and some better that way.
Cocoa steam clouds the service window. Wet wool hangs from wooden pegs. Trail maps curl under a stone, and pine air slips through the door. The ranger tapes a note outside about a bridge washed out upstream. A hiker warms both hands around cocoa before unfolding the map. I check the laces on my boots and brush mud from one heel. The trail sign points into trees without making the morning larger. The mountain starts with a paper cup held close against the cold. Not with a view, not yet with height, just steam and pine and gravel. The window closes, opens, closes. For gloves, for coins, for questions. I sit before the first mile begins and let the path stay quiet. A woman shares dried apples from a bag with torn corners. Her son draws arrows on the map where he thinks the creek should be. The cocoa tin slides under the counter with a soft metal scrape. A drop falls from the roof edge onto the toe of my boot. The boot darkens where it lands, then slowly turns back brown. The mountain begins in my hands when the paper cup is empty. I fold the map along old creases and step past the notice board. Behind me the cocoa window keeps steaming in the shade. Ahead the first wet pine branch moves just enough to enter. Red doors hold the winter light. Metal bowls warm near the stove. A ladle rests across the pot, and boots line up under the bench. Someone tears bread into a basket and places it beside the pepper. A coat hangs folded over a chair with reflective stripes gone dull. I stand at the end of the table, waiting for the soup to pass. The radio light blinks once, then returns to being red. The bell waits over bowls of soup, silent above the kitchen door. A spoon touches the enamel rim, and steam lifts under the hood light. No one says the word emergency. The room has other work for now. Warm broth, a chair, a folded coat, a hand reaching for bread. A firefighter writes a shopping list on the back of a training sheet. Someone laughs about the onions and adds more salt anyway. The pot moves down the table slowly, with both handles wrapped in towels. A boot sole leaves a crescent on the floor below the sink. The ladle taps the pot once and settles at an angle. The bell keeps waiting above us while the bowls turn empty and warm. The red doors hold the daylight like a line no one has crossed. I leave my spoon beside the sink and step back behind me. Soup steam fades upward into a room still ready.
Rain beads slide from a black umbrella onto marble cut with pale veins. The bell desk glows beneath the shade, and no one raises their voice. A suitcase rests beside a sofa with brass feet worn at the ends. The porter folds a damp wool coat across his arm like fabric smoke. I sit beneath the red silk lamps with ginger tea and porcelain. Outside, taxis pass in ribbons and blur against the entrance glass. A piano note drifts from the bar, then settles into carpeted air. Red rain lingers above the doors. The lobby keeps its breathing low. A silver spoon cools on the tray beside the steam that leans and turns. I let the doorway lose my hurry. I let the chairs receive my coat. Nothing here asks me to arrive before the weather leaves my sleeves. It's bending toward the lamp. Two pilots speak beside the lift with voices softened by the miles. The clock above the concierge moves like it knows a gentler hour. A child traces circles in the mist left by one hand on the glass. The porter dims the second lamp and the brass rail warms his palm. My cup leaves one faint ring behind on linen folded without sound. Above the revolving doors as evening loosens at the door. I lift my coat from the sofa arm and keep the ginger on my tongue. The taxis gather into gold. The marble takes my steps away. Behind me, one low piano chord stays folded in the air. Velvet shade keeps cedar close behind a row of hanging coats. The mirror catches half the room and leaves the rest in brown. The bar is hidden past the cloakroom where numbered brass tags turn. A woman pins her hair back slowly above a glass of mineral water. The bartender trims a mint stem with scissors meant for thread. A candle bends inside a hurricane shade and makes the bottles look older. The coats breathe faintly on their hangers with rain caught in the wool. velvet shade holds the cedar close. The room keeps everything close. A hand slides over polished paneling, then rests beside a low ball glass. No chorus needs to lift the ceiling, no drum needs to touch the wall. The evening folds into the wardrobe and hangs there without a crease. A man returns for his umbrella but stays when the record changes. His scarf remains over one shoulder as if the night can wait. The mint stem darkens on a napkin. The ice gives one patient crack outside. The rain keeps the avenue blurred behind the courtroom door. A brass tag turns on its hook and flashes once beneath the lamp. The bartender lowers the needle with 2 fingers and no words. Cedar stays folded in the dark. I finish nothing in a hurry. The mirror gives me back the candle, smaller than it was before. At the door, my coat feels warmer from its hour among the others. The bar stays hidden in the paneling, like a secret built from wood.
The tag flashes once against my palm, between 2 fingers in white gloves. Winter coats hang in a dark row, like weather paused on hooks. The attendant knows the heavy ones by shoulder lining and worn cuff. He slides each hanger into place without looking at the numbers. I pass him a black wool coat, still damp along the collar. The wooden counter smells faintly of tobacco, kept from older nights. A saxophone leaks from the ballroom and bends against the curtain. A brass tag turns the evening over. The coat rack answers with a hush. The room beyond the velvet rope keeps laughter out of focus. Here the night is only fabric, ticket stubs and polished wood. I stand between the cold outside and the warmth I have not entered. A woman searches for her gloves inside a sleeve of camel hair. The attendant finds them folded where she left them hours ago. A silver umbrella leans in the corner with rain trapped in its ribs. The tagboard glows under a lamp like a city of small doors. The saxophone stops for a second, and the hangers seem to ring. Then someone opens the ballroom door, and music softens the wood. The tag turns once inside my palm. The coat comes back with borrowed warmth. I thank the man behind the counter and feel the cold weight near the glass. Outside, snow gathers on the curb. Inside, the rack keeps breathing wool. The brass tag disappears in his drawer, ready for another night.
White curtains lift above the radiator and fall back without a sound as one moves past the river glass in one careful curve of white. The hotel room faces the water but holds the morning at the sill. My cup sits on the narrow ledge beside a key in folded paper. A maid's cart stops outside the door, then rolls away along the carpet. The curtains breathe in smaller waves than the river moving below. The swan turns once in the window and breaks into two reflections. The swan turns once inside the curtain light. The river keeps its silver pace. The key lies quiet in its sleeve with my name written in blue. I let the window make the room larger than the bed and table say. The white wing crosses the glass, then leaves the morning whole. The radiator clicks under the sill, like cutlery being set down. A postcard on the writing desk shows the bridge in summer green. The swan drifts under that same bridge, now wrapped in a colder sky. My tea loses its first heat while the curtain lifts again. A boat rope knocks the landing, too far below to startle me. The key paper softens at the fold where my thumb has held it. The swan leaves the curtain light and enters the brighter current. I put the key into my pocket empty cup. The river keeps shining under glass. The room returns to white and wood. Behind me, the curtain moves once more, like wings kept inside the wall.
Lace light gathers around the jasmine and softens the porcelain shelf. A teaspoon rests on a blue saucer beside a sugar cube split clean. The hostess writes the table number in a book bound with gray cloth. Her pencil moves without pressure across paper thin as skin. I sit beneath a painted fan where cranes cross a cloudy field. A silver pot reflects my fingers as two small ribbons of light. Steam loosens from the spout and curls toward the window chain. Lace light gathers near the jasmine. The afternoon grows pale and sweet. A cup is filled and turned slightly so the handle faces west. There is a kindness in such order, a calm built out of porcelain. The street outside can keep its pace. This table knows another one. A young man brings his grandmother and lowers her chair with care. She taps the menu once and smiles before choosing what she always chooses. A tired tray moves between them with lemon cakes and butter knives. The lace curtain stirs in place, then falls against the sill. One sugar cube darkens slowly at the bottom of the cup. The hostess closes her gray book and the pencil stops its sound. Jasmine drifts through lace light. The handle still faces west. I leave before the tray is cleared with tea warmth in my coat. The fan above the doorway turns without a breeze to help it. Behind me, porcelain keeps shining where the table held my hands. Charcoal dust marks the thumb. A fountain wets the inner stones. Folding stools face the courtyard wall in a half circle of shade. The teacher holds up a hand and everyone stops drawing. Not because the picture is done, but because the light has moved. A board slips against my knee and leaves a gray mark there. Water breaks the same shape twice before it reaches the basin. The fountain redraws every line before my wrist can follow. A face becomes a patch of shade, a shoulder becomes a curve. I let the pencil lose its certainty and soften where it can. The courtyard keeps the lesson open and the sound of falling water. girl across from me erases until the paper starts to shine. Someone's coffee tips in the grass, but no one makes it matter. The teacher kneels beside a stool and points to the empty space. A leaf lands on my drawing right where the shadow should be. I leave it for a minute before the wind decides. The fountain changes every line and the page accepts the weather. When class ends, our fingers stay dark from trying to catch the light. I carry the board under one arm with charcoal dust on my sleeve. The courtyard keeps its moving face long after we have gone.
Green lines fade under the sun. A chain fence takes in the wind. Lemon water sweats on the tray, and towels dry over white chairs. No one has used the court since noon. The balls are sealed in their tin. A waiter carries ice across the patio with one hand under the pitcher. I sit where the umbrella shade touches only half the table. The net moves once then rests, as if the heat has weight. The net hangs loose in the heat. Across the court no one is claiming. White towels lift and settle back over the backs of empty chairs. The lemon water tastes like shade, and the ice goes faintly round. I watch the court keep all its lines without needing the game. The groundskeeper waters clay beyond the far green fence. His hose makes one bright arc, then disappears behind the hedge. The waiter leaves the check folded under the cold glass pitcher. A single ball rolls from a basket and stops before the service line. No hand reaches for it. The afternoon has enough. The net keeps hanging in the heat. When I rise from the table, the court remains exactly marked. Green, white, patient still. I leave lemon on the rim and shade across my wrist. The fence ticks once behind me, soft as a polite farewell. The radio dial glows amber beside eggs cooling on a plate. A lace runner lifts at one corner when the heater wakes below. The host voice comes through softly with weather from another county. My knife taps the toast once, then spreads butter to the edge. A milk glass vase holds two stems bent toward the morning window. Static curls around the room and settles into the wood. The static warms before the toast. A low voice fills the kitchen air. The sun lies thin across the table and leaves the silver quiet. I turn turn the dial a fraction until the song comes into focus. Not bright, not clear, just close enough to carry breakfast gently. A neighbor's car starts outside, then changes its mind and stalls. I pour more tea from a brown pot with a crack below the handle. The radio announces road work as if it were an old friend. A spoon rests in the egg cup, still holding yellow at the rim. The station fades, returns and fades like breath behind a curtain. The static thins after breakfast, but the walnut case stays warm. I rinse the plate under slow water and leave the dial where it is. The morning moves to other rooms without asking for attention, and the song behind the weather keeps the house from feeling bare.
Cedar silence fills the empty box beside a chair of cracked brown leather. Amber walls hold old photographs under glass that has gone faint. No one smokes in the room now, but the shelves remember shape. A silver cutter lies in a drawer with its hinge still clean and sharp. I sit beneath a hunting print and rest my glass on a coaster. The ice is round and nearly clear in a drink I barely touch. The leather chair exhales slowly when I lean my shoulder back. The humidor keeps its cedar silence. The room has learned another use. A guitar note from the hallway enters dry and leaves as warmth. The amber walls do not explain what kind of men once stayed too late. I let the glass sit in its ring and listen to the wood. A waiter checks the empty shelves for something left behind. He closes one drawer with 2 fingers and smooths the cloth beneath it. The photographs show winter horses and one blurred man in a hat. Their silver frames catch the lamp like water under old ice. A matchbox sits unopened beside the cut glass ashtray. The room feels lighter without flame, but not less full of memory. The cedar silence stays behind me as I leave the leather chair. The guitar note finds the hallway and thins above the stair. Amber keeps the walls together. The round ice turns in the glass. A room can lose its old purpose and keep its better tone.
Steam lifts from the thermos cap. Reeds move without breaking shape. A wooden blind faces the water. Boot mud dries along the step. The guide writes sparrow then swan on the board with a green marker. A woman raises her field glasses and forgets the tea in her hand. The room keeps its coats and whispers, pointing everything toward the marsh. A cloud slides over the shallows. The floorboards settle under wool. A wing beat can lower the whole room until even breath sounds bright. The kettle gives a careful click, but no one turns from the glass. A gray bird lifts from the rushes and carries silence in its feet. We do not name the feeling yet, we only watch it cross the water. A boy draws herons in the margin of a map folded wrong twice. His father warms both palms around tea and reads the chalkboard again. Outside, the wind moves through cattails like fingers through thin paper. One feather rests on the sill, too light to make a shadow. The thermos lid keeps shining after the cup is gone. The wing beat thins beyond the reeds and the room begins to breathe. Someone lowers the field glasses as if closing a door softly. I carry out the thermos warmth under the sleeve of my coat. The marsh stays silver behind us, still moving where we looked. White fields travel through the glass while the table lamp stays gold. A folded napkin leans towards silver as the train begins to sway. The steward pours water carefully despite the turn outside the town. His wrist has learned the carriage and the carriage trusts his hand. I watch the snow take every fence and leave the posts as dots. The bread will shift inside the basket, then settle under cloth. The wheels find softer rhythm where the track cuts through the fields. Fields pass white behind the wine glass. The lamp keeps steady on the table. A spoon moves with the carriage and never leaves the plate. The car is warm with quiet service. Soup steam rises We travel through a white country while dinner keeps its shape. A couple shares one dessert fork and laughs when the train leans hard. The steward catches one glass stem before the water climbs too high. Beyond the window, barns appear and vanish inside falling snow. A red signal blooms and fades at the edge of nowhere named. The napkin slips from my knee and rests against the heater grill. I pick it up while the carriage tilts back into its line. The fields keep whitening past the glass. The wine remains a deeper red. I finish the soup as station lights begin to gather in the snow. The steward lowers the table lamp. The basket folds into shadow. Dinner ends without announcement as the rail hums under wool. Green felt glows under shade. A pencil scorecard bends in half. Paper lemonade sweats on the counter, and pink balls wait in a basket. The windmill turns above hole 3 at a speed that means nothing. A couple argues over par, then laughs before the ball drops. I stand where the painted palms make cool shapes on my shoes. The putter taps the rubber mat with a sound like a spoon. The ball pauses under painted palms, then rolls where the slope allows. No one wins the afternoon by counting very well. Lemonade softens in its cup. The pencil leaves a silver line. I follow the course slowly through castles, ramps, and shade. A boy in sunburned shoulders celebrates a lucky bounce. His sister writes the score down wrong and refuses to correct it. The cashier turns a small fan toward the basket of golf balls. A windmill blade makes one shadow, then another slightly thinner. The ball waits behind the turn and takes its chance quietly. The ball rests under painted palms when the last hole gives it back. I fold the scorecard into fourths and leave the pencil on the sill. The lemonade is mostly water, but the paper cup stays cold. Behind me, the little windmill keeps turning for no one. A tin falls, it knocks then runs. Tomato leaves darken in the spray. Soap bubbles slide along the basin, and basil leans over the grate. Someone minces carrots with both hands, letting soil gather at the drain. A child labels seedling trays with letters tilted toward the sun. I try a chipped white plate on a towel tied to the fence. The hose gives one soft shiver before the water steadies out. A tin faucet can bless the dirt without making much of it. The light shines for a minute, and the carrots turn bright orange. We pass the towel down the line and leave wet prints on the wood. The garden keeps its kindness plain, and water, shade, and hands. An old woman trims basil stems and drops the leaves into a bag. A man repairs the gate latch with wire from his pocket. The sky reflects in the wash tub, broken by every rinse. A bee lands on the faucet handle, then lifts before the next cup fills. The sink keeps dripping slowly after everyone steps back. The faucet darkens the garden dirt around the legs of the table. I carry tomatoes in my shirt, warm from the late sun. Behind me bubbles thin to nothing, and the hose curls under the thyme. A shared bowl waits on the bench for whatever ripens next. Green lamps glow on leather arms, where rain moves behind the curtains. A chessboard waits with 2 pieces gone, and a glass sweats on the side. The waiter knows which table has the loose leg near the fire. He folds a coaster underneath it without interrupting anyone. I open a book I brought too late and never read beyond the first page. The club breathes softly around me in varnish, wool, and rain. A muted trumpet turns from the bar and slips under the wooden door. Curtains soften every thread of rain. The lamps keep green along the room. A queen lies sideways on the chessboard beside a matchbook curled with damp. I let the armchair take my jacket. I let the hour keep its coat. Nothing in the room moves forward, it only settles deeper in. A man asleep behind the newspaper wakes when the fire falls low. His glasses hang from one hand like a thought he has set down. The waiter changes one ashtray, though no one smokes here anymore. The habit remains in the silver and shines each time he turns. The curtain lifts from a hidden draft. Rain dots the window's outer black. A rook stands waiting on the board without demanding the next move. Curtains soften the falling rain. The trumpet fades into the wood. I close the book around its silence and leave the first page unread. My jacket carries leather warmth down the
touches the tray beside a tray of covered soup. Rain gathers on the exit sign and darkens the service door. The waiter knocks with 2 fingers, then waits with the tray balanced. A paper sleeve covers the cutlery and keeps its corner square. I open the door in hotel socks, with sleep still on my face. The hallway light touches the bowl before I ask the price. The rain sounds far inside the building, like water under walls. Porcelain glows in the corridor blue. The tray arrives without a word. A lemon wedge leans against silver, and steam lifts into the doorway. The night is made of lowered voices and doors that shut with care. I sign the check against the wall, while the soup keeps breathing warm. Down the hall, one room plays weather from a television turned too low. The waiter gathers his black folder and walks toward the service lift. I carry the tray to the desk where curtains hold the rain outside. The spoon is wrapped in paper, like something saved for morning. A drop falls from my hair onto the edge of the tray. The porcelain takes that quiet sound and folds it into steam. The corridor blue fades behind me. The soup bowl warms the desk. I leave the curtain open slightly so rain can find the glass. The service lift hums once far off. The tray waits by the lamp. Midnight settles into porcelain and keeps the room awake.
Rain beats along the window glass. The needle plate reflects a lamp. Damp wool waits across the chair, and chalk dust lightens one black seam. The machine begins with a soft knock, then settles into even work. The sleeve moves under both hands, guided slowly past the foot. My coffee cools beside a saucer crowded with pins and thread. The window blurs the street outside until only headlights remain. Rain keeps time under the needle, stitch by stitch through navy wool. The fabric gathers, then releases with a sound like careful breath. I do not rush the turning seam or pull the cloth too hard. The lamp makes a circle on the table, and the room stays inside it. A neighbor's umbrella passes low beyond the steamed up pane. The thimble rolls toward my elbow and stops against a spool. Thread catches once, then slips free before the knot can form. A drop slides down the window and changes lights every street light. The machine keeps its small weather under my waiting hands. Rain follows the needle softly until the sleeve lies flat. I lift the presser foot with care and smooth the seam once more. The wool keeps some of the room's heat. The cup keeps none at all. Outside the street grows silver while the thread holds its line.
Rain dots the mullioned windows above a table of old charts. An orange peel twists in a glass and oils the darker air. The room is paneled in mahogany with islands browned along the walls. A globe turns by the fireplace, though no one touches it. The bartender stirs without a sound and counts the seconds in his wrist. I watch the spoon move through vermouth like a tide under amber glass. A coast I have never visited glows under the green lampshade. An orange peel brightens the old Atlantic and curls against the rim. Rain goes over the window slowly, like ships crossing without names. I leave the map unfolded open with one finger near the bay. The room keeps travel at a distance and makes the distance warm. Two men speak softly near the cabinet about weather over northern roads. One lifts a compass from a drawer and places it beside his drink. The ice settles after stirring. The fire shifts behind the grate. A red route drawn in pencil stops where the paper tears. The globe turns half an inch when the draft finds the door. Greenland slips into lamplight, then moves out of view. An orange peel warms the old Atlantic. The rain keeps drawing on the panes. I close the chart along its fold and carry one warm coast away. The bartender rinses the mixing glass. The fire returns to a low red line. Behind the door, the map room waits. With every ocean
gathers on the stairwell wall. A brass rail cools beneath my hand, still smelling faintly of rain. The band is 2 rooms away, so the drums arrive as cloth. A saxophone leans through the hallway, then bends back under laughter. I step aside for a waiter with empty glasses on a tray. He nods without breaking his pace and leaves lime on the air. A door opens half an inch. The bass walks out, then disappears. The back stairs thin the distant tune, just enough to live inside. The notes come softened by the walls and leave their edges in the room. I do not need the center table or the mirror behind the bar. The back stairs hold a better hush, where every chord becomes my own. A woman ties her coat below me, with one heel resting on a step. She checks her lipstick in a compact and smiles at what the light allows. Outside, the alley gutter shines with rain and broken kitchen gold. The doorman speaks into his collar, too softly to disturb the horn. The brass rail warms under my palm as the next set begins again. One cymbal brushes through the walls and lifts a little dust. The back stairs soften the distant tune. The blue door trembles with each note. I wait until the song turns slow, then step back toward the street. The alley receives me quietly. My coat takes in the rain. Behind the door, the horn keeps bending, where I can almost sing along. Wet pearl tiles hold city squares outside the tea room door. A jasmine cup steams by the window, where bicycles lean and shine. The cashier weighs loose leaves slowly on a scale with brass pans. Her sleeve is rolled to the elbow and dotted with tea dust. I sit under a round white lamp with wet shoes under my chair. The city runs beyond the glass in umbrellas, wheels, and water. A spoon turns honey through the cup until the gold disappears. Pearl tiles gather the rain in squares. The room answers in jasmine steam. A tram bell sounds too far away to trouble the white cups. the tea darken at its pace, while windows soften every face. The afternoon moves in small reflections across the tiled floor. A woman takes off silver earrings and places them beside her phone. The cashier wraps a paper tin with string the color of oat milk. A cyclist lifts his soaked cap before coming in from rain. Rain falls from the brim in beads and finds the pearl floor. The lamp above me buzzes once, then warms into its shade. My cup leaves an amber crescent where the saucer tilts. Da, 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 da. Pearl tiles hold the last rain squares. The jasmine settles into porcelain. I step around the wet reflections and keep the door from swinging wide. Outside, the city feels rinsed clean. Inside, white lamps stay low. The tea room folds behind my shoulder, and steam, tile, and string. Risers wait under open windows. Apple tea steams by the scores. Pencil marks darken one refrain, and coats hang along the wall. The director sets down her folder and adjusts the lamp by the piano. Someone clears a throat softly, then laughs at the effort. I sit near the alto section with my scarf still on my lap. A pitch pipe rests on the lid, silver and cool to the touch. Voices rest before they rise inside the folded paper. A note is only breath at first, then shape, then shared air. The tea grows dark beside the window. The risers hold our shoes. We do not sing above the room. We let the room sing with us. A late arrival slips inside and takes the end of the row. The director taps one measure with the back of her pencil. The first chord is not perfect, but it opens something mild. A leaf crosses the window screen and sticks there for a moment. No one stops to point it out. The song has found its place. The voices rise then rest again without shaking the walls. Apple tea cools to amber, and the pencil waits for next time. When we leave, the risers creak under coats and folded scores. The room keeps a trace of harmony as low as as autumn light. Who keeps tracing the atrium roof and turns the glass to pearl? Indoor palms lean over a fountain that barely moves the air. The atrium chairs sit in a circle around a table of white stone. A server places cups of broth beside folded linen napkins. I watch the flakes collect overhead, too far away to touch my coat. The fountain threads one silver line through the room's green shade. A child whispers near the railing and points where the roof goes pale. Snow keeps tracing the glass roof. The palms keep breathing in warm light. The fountain turns itself in place and leaves no mark on anything. I hold the porcelain with both hands while winter stays outside the glass. The room is tall enough for weather and calm enough to keep it soft. A woman photographs the ceiling and lowers the camera with a smile. The concierge straightens white lilies beside a directory of floors. The broth smells lightly of onion and steam clouds the silver spoon. Beyond the glass a bus goes by with snow along its shoulders. One flake melts on the outer pane before it reaches the lower beam. Inside the fountain keeps its line under leaves washed in gold. Snow thins along the roofline. The atrium keeps its warmer sky. I leave the empty cup behind and walk beneath the hanging green. The doors open to the winter curve. The air folds clean around my face. For one slow breath, the glass roof shines like a lantern turned upward. Carbon paper stains the fingertips. Oak drawers hold the smell of rain. A green lamp shades the desk and ribbon ink darkens the air. The old machines sit in rows where the cafe tables are now. Someone left a memo clipped to a stand beside the sugar. I touch one round black key and feel the spring push back. The room keeps its former rhythm under cups and folded coats. Keys remember what the hands forget. A margin bell, a carriage return. The desk still carries quiet pressure where letters used to land. A spoon rests in a coffee glass close to a rubber stamp. I read a line on yellow paper and let let it stay unfinished. A woman writes postcards by the window in script too neat to hurry. The barista fills a cup softly beside a drawer labeled forms. Dust gathers on the tab, stops without covering them fully. A blank card lies under the lamp, half warm, half green with shade. I do not write my name there, I only press the key again. The keys remember quietly when I leave the oak desk clean. The old bell stays inside the metal, waiting below the cafe sound. Ink does not rise from the ribbon, but the thought of it remains. A word-shaped hush at the table, where the afternoon slows down. Holds the first umbrella without a ripple underneath. A towel waits on a cedar chair, still folded into a square. The pool attendant moves barefoot along the line of white cushions. He places mint in a glass pitcher and leaves it beating in the shade. I sit beneath a striped awning with a newspaper on my knee. The ink comes off on one finger before I read the headline. A teaspoon turns against porcelain, then falls back into the hush. The pool keeps the morning unbroken, a blue plate under quiet air. Sunlight rests on lemon slices and does not hurry to become heat. The water listens to the building, the awnings breathe above the chairs. I stay where linen cools my wrist and breakfast has no sharp edge. Guest in a straw hat lowers one heel into the shallow end. She smiles at the cold, then waits until her ankle learns the light. The gardener trims a potted bay tree near towels rolled like soft columns. A white bird crosses the terrace and loses itself in glare. One ice cube cracks in the pitcher too softly for the far tables. The blue line of the pool trembles, then returns to stillness. The pool keeps its morning unbroken. The newspaper folds under my hand. I leave the lemon in my water and take the slow path through the palms behind me. Towels keep their corners, the awning lifts then settles back. The day begins without a signal in porcelain, shade and mint.
Crushed ice shines under gray lamps, and and settles around the shelves. The marble counter cools my sleeve before the menu opens. The shucker works with steady hands behind a row of lemon wedges. His knife slips under each hinge and leaves the silver meat intact. I take the stool near the mirror where bottles turn the light green. A plate arrives without a flourish, with brine shining in shallow pools. Salt air moves through the side door and softens the back of my throat. Ice keeps the sea under glass. The counter holds its mineral chill. The lemon seed slips from the wedge and rests against the folded cloth. The room stays lower than the weather. The lamps make gray feel almost warm. I taste the shore without a speech and set the shell back down. A woman in a black wool coat orders one glass of mineral wine. She keeps her gloves beside her plate as if winter might return. The shucker rinses the flat blade in water bright with tiny scales. Outside a gull calls one sharply, then slips behind the low roof line. A trail of melted ice runs clear along the marble's hidden slope. The mirror keeps the lamps doubled and loses everything else. Ice holds the sea beneath the glass. The last shell cools in its own salt. I fold the linen near my plate and leave the stool without a scrape. The side door opens to the street. A gray wind touches my wrist. Behind me, the counter keeps shining with the ocean held in pieces. A reel turns behind smoke glass in a cabinet of brushed steel. Blue curtains take the lamplight and make the corners deep. The host lowers the needleless arm of a machine older than his shoes. Tape moves across the silver heads with a whisper under the speakers. I sit where the walnut table catches one square of gold. A glass of water holds a lemon slice thin as a pale coin. The first chord arrives without edges and settles around the chairs. Blue shade gathers around the real slow bass moving under the floor. A singer from another year leans close without becoming loud. No one checks the time too often. No one reaches for the door. A red meter lifts then lowers as if keeping private weather. A couple shares one listening note written on a folded card. The host replaces a velvet cushion before the next track starts. Outside, a motorbike passes once, then sinks behind the building. In
inside the tape keeps its soft path between memory and machine. The lemon slips along the rim and turns beneath the room's blue shade. I watch the red meter breathe across a line of glass. Blue shade closes around the reels. The final chord grows thin and warm. I leave the card beside the table without writing what I felt behind the curtain. Real slow down, the walnut holds a smaller light. The door opens on the hallway and closes without a click. Pink tile shines under the chairs. Warm dryers breathe in a row. Foils glimmer on a metal tray, and coffee cools in clear glass. A woman reads a magazine with clips set high in her hair. The stylist turns the chair slowly and checks the shape from behind. I sit under a plastic cape, listening to water in the sink. The mirror gives the room back twice, once in silver, once in steam. The mirrors hold a softer weather and the street outside the door. A towel wraps around my neck with warmth left from the dryer. No one changes all at once here. The scissors make a modest rain. The pink tile keeps the afternoon gentle under every step. Someone laughs under the bonnet at a joke from 3 chairs over. A child spins once near the counter, and is stopped by a hand on his sleeve. The coffee turns pale with cream while hairspray drifts and settles. A silver clip slips from the tray and lands without a fuss. The stylist lifts it back again without breaking the line. The mirrors keep their softer weather when the cape is shaken loose. I touch the ends of my hair and look away before judging. Outside, the sidewalk is brighter than when I first came in. The tile behind me stays pink, and the dryers keep their breath. Leather scent hangs in the doorway. Wet umbrellas crowd the stand. A floor mirror tilts toward the aisle, and rain taps along the awning. The clerk brings out a brown box and opens it without a sound. Paper stuffing blooms on the bench. White against the polished wood, I slip one foot into new leather and feel the room change height. gathers at the threshold, but does not cross the tile. New shoes listen before they move. The mirror gives them room. A metal horn waits in my hand. Cold against my palm, I stand and sit, then stand again, learning where the weight should go. The street outside keeps shining wet, as if it knows the first step. A woman chooses ankle straps for a wedding in September. Her daughter spins once in flats and stops before she laughs too loud. The clerk marks a receipt slowly beside the coffee urn. A lace slips from the bench and curls against the tile. I pull a straight between my fingers until it lies flat. The shoes listen under me when I step back toward the door. Leather warms around each heel, and the mirror lets me pass. Rain lifts from the awning edge and beads that catch the light. I leave the box tucked under my arm, with a softer walk than before.
Corn leaves scratch the canvas wall, paper cups stacked beside the urn. Straw gathers under the bench, and the wind smells faintly sweet. A woman ties the tent flap open with twine from the pumpkin crate. Children compare muddy sneakers before choosing different paths. I take coffee from the folding table and hold it close with both hands. The map softens in my pocket from the heat of the cup. The rows turn gold without hurry, each path bending out of sight. A crow lifts from the far fence and crosses the pale field slowly. I do not solve the maze at once, I let the stalks decide the pace. The cup warms through the paper sleeve, and the afternoon feels wide. Twice for a child who found the exit. An old man laughs from the cider line and wipes fog from his glasses. The tent smells of brown sugar mixed with leaves underfoot. A loose straw catches on my cuff, then falls before the first turn. The field keeps its yellow walls open to the mild sky. The rows keep gold in the distance when I return to the tent. My coffee is mostly gone, but my hands are still warm. A painted arrow leans on a post, pointing nowhere too sharply, and the day goes on around me, soft as husks in the wind.
Catalog pages cover the table, seed packets lean against a mug. A lamp cord runs across the floor, and dusk gathers at the window. I circle beans with a pencil, then change my mind about the peas. The tea has cooled beside the notebook where last year's notes went brown. Outside, the beds are frozen flat under a thin crust of leaves. The lamp makes every drawing warmer than the ground can be tonight. Spring begins as pencil marks beside prices and planning dates. A packet of marigold slips free and lands face up in lamplight. No green thing has moved yet, no rain has softened the rose, but the table knows the order of what will happen later. A dog sleeps under the chair with soil on one front paw. I write 6 weeks after frost, then underline it twice. The kettle ticks in the kitchen as if counting down the cold. One brown envelope opens and spills 3 seeds into my palm. They are almost nothing there, and still too much to lose. Spring stays inside pencil marks when I close the catalog. The seed packets slide together like letters not yet sent. Dusk presses gently at the glass and the mug goes fully cold. The garden waits beyond the dark, already named in circles.
The porch bulb glows through netting. Wax comb rests on a grate. Clover darkens past the fence, and tea cools beside the smoker. The beekeeper folds her gloves with the fingers turned inward. A veil hangs over the railing, still holding the shape of a face. She points toward the hive boxes without raising her voice. Bees settle under the evening like a sound folding itself away. The porch smells faintly of beeswax and of tea gone almost cool. The wooden steps hold the day in amber dust and clover shade. No jar is open for tasting, no story is made too large. We sit where the hives grow quiet and let dust gather by itself. A smoker can leans on its side with ash pale around the rim. The field beyond the porch rail keeps moving in low gold waves. She writes one note in a ledger, then closes it with her palm. A bee rests on the spoon handle and lifts before the cup moves. The bulb hums once overhead against the purple air. The porch keeps its beeswax breath after the tea is finished. The veil stays on the railing like a soft and emptied cloud. I leave before the first star show with clover brushing my shoes. The hives go on in the dark under their patient roofs. The lift doors hold a pale moon between two lines of polished chrome. A blue carpet softens every step before the lounge appears. The button glows beneath my thumb and fades when the doors come open. A quiet saxophone crosses the room from somewhere behind the curtains. The bartender dries one glass slowly with a cloth the color of cream. Ice turns inside a crystal bowl and catches one floor lamp twice. The mirror gives me back my coat, a little darker than it was. Moonlight gathers in the polished doors, then slips across the polished wall. No one raises a toast too high. No one breaks the velvet air. I take the seat near the blue carpet and let the room speak under glass. A low note settles near my shoulder, like evening putting down its keys. A woman reads beside the window, with one shoe loose beneath her chair. Her bookmark holds a pressed white flower, flat as a winter moth. The bartender sets down water before I ask for anything. His watch reflects the ceiling lights in quiet, broken rings. The lift returns without a passenger and opens to a darker hall. The saxophone turns one corner, then leaves the phrase unfinished. Moonlight gathers on the polished doors. The lounge keeps blue along the floor. I finish half the water slowly and let the rest stand clear. When the doors receive me later, my reflection has grown still. One low note follows down the shaft and fades before the ground. A red lampshade warms the men until the print looks almost brown. The bass room opens behind a curtain, with no announcement from the stage. A hostess smooths one velvet cover and places it beside my glass. The candle flame is low enough to leave the silverware in shadow. I read the first page twice because the bass keeps changing it. A waiter passes with a tray of plates held close to his chest. The floor hums under the table before the first note is named. The menu glows red against the bass. The room leans into its own hush. A fork rests beside folded linen as the curtain opens halfway. Nothing asks the lamps to brighten, nothing lifts the night too high. The low notes make the glasses warmer and keep the tables near. A woman drops her earring back into a purse of black satin. Her friend laughs once behind a hand, and the candle keeps the secret. The bass player checks one tuning peg with eyes fixed on the floor. A drummer brushes the snare head before the room can notice. The menu corner curls upward where the lamp has warmed the paper. I press it flat with 2 fingers and let the bass pass through. The red shade softens over dinner. The menu closes without a sound. I stay until the bass line lowers into the carpeted room. The curtain folds behind the players. The glasses catch one final glow. A supper club can end quietly and still leave warmth in the coat.
Paint flakes on the overhead beams. A pie fork rests on yellow filling. Water passes under the boards with a soft and hidden brightness. The counter is only 3 stools long, and one stool tilts toward the door. A woman cuts the lemon pie with a knife warmed in water. Dust rests where initials were carved before my name meant anything. The river speaks through the floor, low enough to be almost missed. A river keeps its silver under wood, while lemon shines on a white plate. The bridge holds back the open sun and gives the room a covered glow. I taste the filling slowly, sharp, sweet, and slightly cold. The afternoon crosses underneath without asking me to move. 2 cyclists lean their helmets down and count the miles on a phone. The woman wraps a slice trembles once. The shadow of a plank falls clean across the table. I align my fork with it, then leave the mark alone. The river keeps silver in the dark as the bridge cools toward evening. I pay for pie and step outside with lemon bright on my tongue. Behind me, boards answer tires in a rhythm older than the road, and the covered air stays tender long after the plate is cleared. Felt curtains cover the little stage. A paper moon hangs by 2 strings. Tickets curl in a saucer beside coffee in thin cups. The puppeteer checks a wooden fox and smooths the paint along one ear. Someone counts coins for the matinee without disturbing the set. I take a chair at the back where the light misses the floor. The curtains breathe before opening. A small hinge clicks in the wall. The moon is lowered by 2 strings, and still the room grows dim. A fox steps out on painted feet, no taller than a book. The coffee cools between my hands, the tickets soften at the edge. I do not need the story loud to feel the stage become a sky. A child leans forward on both elbows, her shoes swinging under the chair. Her mother holds the extra ticket like a folded piece of luck. The puppeteer moves one wrist, and the fox becomes careful. Red shadows cross the backdrop where blue paint thins to paper. A wooden star turns slowly above the quiet row. The moon rises on its 2 strings when the fox returns backstage. The room brightens very slowly, cup by cup, chair by chair. I leave the last ticket hole inside the book in my bag, and the paper sky follows me without making a sound.
Soap foam gathers in the sink. A dryer hums behind the wall. Blue leashes hang from pegs. And evening leans on the glass. A white dog stands on the table with one paw lifted politely. The groomer trims around one ear and talks in a softened voice. I sit with a paper cup beside the jar of treats. A towel falls into the basket and keeps the shape of steam. Clean fur holds the last light along the edge of the table. A tail taps once then twice against the groomer's blue apron. No one calls the room gentle It simply works that way. Scissors move under the dryer hum, and the window turns to gold. A man arrives with an old retriever who knows the man by heart. The dog leans against his knee while the register drawer opens. A card with tomorrow's appointments slides under a magnet. One loose curl of fur lands beside the coffee lid. The groomer brushes it away with the back of her hand. Clean fur keeps the evening light. When the first dog goes home, the leash hooks shine in a row, and the dryer settles lower. I leave past the treat jar with soap on the air behind me. Outside, the sidewalk has softened under a line of yellow windows. The carriage rocks under green lamps. A coat hook swings above my seat. The window gives the fields back black, except for one far porch. A woman unwraps a pear carefully from paper printed with the news. Her ticket rests beside the knife and curls a little at the edge. I keep my book open but unread, while rails speak under the floor. The tea in my cup trembles once and settles after each bend. The corridor light moves over brass, then folds into the sleeping glass. A lamp draws circles on the page. The dark keeps moving past the train. No one here belongs to morning yet. We travel inside low green light. A blanket slides from someone's shoulder. The porter walks without a hurry. I hold the cup until it warms me, then let the window take the miles. A boy counts tunnels in a notebook with numbers leaning toward the spine. His mother taps his knee twice softly when the whistle crosses a town. The dining car closes behind us, leaving coffee on the air. A spoon rolls once inside a saucer, then leans against the porcelain. Rain begins against the carriage roof, too light to wake the aisle. I watch the drops run backward while the train keeps pulling west. The lamp redraws the page in gold. The dark keeps changing without noise. I mark my place with an old receipt and leave the book beside my hand. By dawn the fields may turn silver, but now the carriage stays dim.
The wheels keep one even sentence under blankets, brass and rain.
Hay dust floats above the keys. A cracked bench faces the doors. Flies stitch the afternoon air, and sunlight lies across the floor. Someone left the piano open under a beam with peeling paint. A mason jar sits on the lid, clouded with rain from yesterday. I press one key with 2 fingers, just enough to wake the wood. The note moves into the rafters and comes back thinner than before. A few notes lean into the rafters, then settle over apple crates. The barn does not become a stage, it only warms around the sound. One chord holds dust in the air, another finds the open door. I leave both hands on the keys until the quiet takes them back. A boy rolls past on a scooter outside the threshold of the shade. His grandmother calls from the orchard, and the name disappears in leaves. The piano bench rocks slightly under the weight of summer. A fly lands on middle C and lifts before I move. The jar throws a dim oval on the painted floorboards. A few notes stay in the rafters after my hands are in my lap. The barn keeps its red walls low around the apple crate light. I close the fall board halfway and leave the bench as it was. Outside, the orchard takes the sound and folds it into heat. Rain threads over the glass roof in lines too fine to count. A guard turns one page of a program at the far end of the hall. The gallery smells of wet wool and paint dried into quiet years. A woman stands before a seascape bench is made of pale oak and cool along the outer edge. I lower my cup to the floor because the room feels borrowed. The storm becomes a silver ceiling above the frames and empty space. The storm grows quieter on the glass. It lets the water speak in glass. The paintings hold their older weather without asking mine to pass. I read the card below the frame, then look away before the date. A quiet wall, a measured step can make the afternoon stay kind. A school group crosses in a line. Their shoes squeak once, then hush again. The teacher lifts two fingers softly and points them toward a blue square. A man in a charcoal scarf sketches nothing in a folded book. His pencil pauses near the margin as if listening to the rain. The skylight clears along one seam. A brighter stripe falls on the floor. Someone closes a brochure slowly, and the room keeps all its air. The storm softens on the upper glass. The roof keeps drawing silver lines. I leave the bench without a word and carry out the color blue. Downstairs the pavement shines wider. The taxi doors open and close. The gallery stays above the weather, with its glass roof breathing low. A metal bowl rings on concrete, paws dark in the dry path. Maple shade covers the kiosk and tennis balls wait in a crate. A brown dog noses the water, then sneezes at its own reflection. Someone clips a leash to a fence and checks a paper cup for ice. The woman at the counter smiles without stopping her pencil math. Dust lifts around the bench legs, then settles back into the grass. Laughter runs faster than the dogs across the open afternoon. A ball rolls under the picnic table and no one minds the mud. The water bowl flashes once when sunlight finds the rim. I sit with my drink going thin and let the park stay bright. A child offers half a cracker to a terrier in a blue vest. The terrier looks very certain about the laws of kindness. The counter fan turns slowly, moving paper napkins in waves. A tennis ball lands in shade and waits to be discovered. The maple leaves keep stirring above the leashes and cups. Laughter keeps crossing the field after the dogs slow down. The bowl stands empty in the sun with a ring of water around it. I leave before the clouds arrive, carrying dust on my shoes and the easy kind of gladness that does not ask to stay.
Static filters through the screen. Cornfields lean beyond the yard. Iced coffee sweats on a rail, and the dog sleeps under the step. The radio gives county weather from a shelf beside the door. A blue fly swatter hangs there too, bent from years of use. I turn the glass once in my hand and watch the ice lose shape. A tractor passes far away without entering the afternoon. The weather report crosses the porch and drifts into the corn. Low pressure, scattered showers, words that leave the room unchanged. The screen mesh softens everything, field dust, dog breath, radio wire. I let the porch keep talking at the level of the rail. A neighbor calls across the ditch about peaches left at the stand. The dog lifts one ear to listen, then decides against getting up. The coffee darkens in the glass as the sun moves down the boards. A moth rests on the screen with wings like folded paper. The radio loses one sentence, then finds the county line. The weather crosses back again through mesh and heat and field. I carry the glass to the kitchen before the ice gives up entirely. The porch remains where it has been, holding static in the shade. And somewhere beyond the corn rows, the first clouds take their time.
Chalk dust turns slowly in the light above a table of green felt. A shaded lamp hangs low enough to warm the wooden rail. The owner brushes one corner pocket with a cloth kept under the bar. He sets the triangle on its hook and checks the level with one eye. A woman in a camel coat lines up a gentle break. The balls roll out like colored fruit, then drift into their places. The Q-tip gathers pale blue powder and leaves it on her thumb. Chalk dust drifts inside the lamplight. The room keeps everything in green. A ball touches another softly and sends it toward the side. For victory loudly, no one leans into a crowd. The lamp gives every motion patience and lets the table breathe. Two friends share one ginger ale with straws beside the score sheet. A radio under the counter keeps the weather to itself. The advances by an inch and smiles before she steps away. Her coat sleeve brushes the cushion like fabric over moss. A blue ball kisses the rail and stops below the lamp. The owner marks the score in pencil without lifting his head. The chalk dust turns out of the light as the last game loses shape. I leave the cue along the wall and put the blue cue back. Outside, the evening has gone colder. Inside, the green felt stays warm. The shaded lamp remembers circles no one needed to complete. Butter circles on the griddle. Syrup waits in a glass pitcher. Blue plates stack beside the stove, and morning moves through open doors. A man in an apron tests the heat with a drop of batter and a knot. Steam rises from paper placemats where forks are rolled in napkins. I stand with orange slices ready at the end of the serving line. The church bell outside rings once, then leaves the windows glowing. The first pancake never judges the pan. It browns uneven and still goes out. Someone laughs behind the coffee urn and passes butter to the left. A child counts blueberries carefully, then loses track and starts again. The room fills without getting loud, plate by plate, hand by hand. A woman pours more batter slowly and watches bubbles open through it. An older man folds his program under a mug to steady it. The syrup glass catches sun and turns the table amber. A fork falls, then gets replaced before anyone looks around. The griddle breathes in low waves under the bright hood light. The first pancake stays remembered even after the stack grows tall. I carry 2 blue plates carefully to the table by the door. Butter melts without ceremony across the warm, uneven edge. And Sunday sits down with us as if it had been invited.
White dust settles on the counter, a lime which floats in lemonade. The truck dark shade falls across gravel, and the air tastes dry and clean. A hard hat hangs from the mirror beside a menu written in chalk. The driver passes foil-wrapped lunches through a window lined with tape. I stand where the tires block the sun, with my boots pale at the toes. A loader moves beyond the fence, but its engine stays far away. The stone keeps the afternoon cool under the weight of all that light. A steel lunchbox clicks open, and steam rises from rice. No one needs to say much here, the dust has already spoken. I drink slowly from the paper cup and let the shade do its work. A woman counts change in her palm, then tucks a receipt into her sleeve. Two workers share a melon slice on the edge of a concrete block. The truck fan turns against the heat without changing anyone's voice. A white mark stays on my wrist where the cup touched the dust. The hills stand cut and silent past the fence and warning signs. The stone holds its cool color as I walk back toward the road. The lunch truck folds its side window and keeps the lime scent inside. My boots carry the quarry out in a powder no wind can lift. The day continues without noise, wide, pale, and useful. Blue ice shines under low lights. Cocoa foam clings to a cup. Mitten strings hang from a sleeve, and rental skates wait in rows. A child steps onto the rubber mat with both arms held out wide. The cashier stamps a red ticket and pushes it across the counter. I warm my hands around Coco beside the window to the rink. A blade spreads one clean curve, then disappears beneath the music. Blades draw circles no one keeps across the blue and painted ice. The cup warms through my gloves with cinnamon near the rim. No one has to move too quickly, no one has to stay upright long. The rink turns slowly under lights and the benches hold the laughter. A father ties one small skate with careful double knots. His daughter taps the toe pick down and tests the floor like water. A red scarf trails over the rail, then slips back into a lap. Snow falls from the rubber mat in grains too fine to count. The cocoa lid gives a soft click when I press it down again. The blades keep drawing circles after my cocoa has cooled. The benches gather mitten strings and the rink holds the blue light. I leave before the next session with cinnamon on my tongue. Behind the glass, one small skater finds balance for a moment.
The screen door holds a gold square. Night insects stitch the warm air. A wicker chair leans back slightly, and the ice bucket sweats on brick. The office light stays on behind me, with a moth circling the shade. A room key rests in my palm, heavy for such a small thing. I set a soda on the railing and listen to it fizz itself quiet. Pine shadows gather on the gravel. The road is only a low line. The dark does not hurry the chair or ask the porch to fill with words. Fireflies open and close like lamps too small to keep. The ice bucket chills my ankle. The soda glass sweats in my hand. I let the night stay ordinary, because ordinary feels enough. A man crosses from roommate with a towel around his neck. He nods once without stopping, and the gravel keeps his steps. The vending machine hums blue at the far end of the walk. One firefly moves toward the railing, then loses interest in the light. The screen door shifts behind me and settles into place. The chair stays slow in the darkness. When the soda turns to water, I carry the room key inside and leave the porch. It's insects. The office light fades through curtains. The road keeps passing beyond the pines, and the veranda holds the night at a volume I can keep.
The skyline gathers in white porcelain in its curved and shining side. The windows hold the evening haze above a river of traffic. The tea room sits above the city, where streets become thin lines. A server pours from shoulder height and stops before the cup is full. I take the chair facing west with green clouds under the sun. The spoon rests on a glass plate and clicks when I move my hand. The elevator dings below us, too low to move the room. A white teapot gathers the skyline and keeps it small enough to hold. The tea turns amber in my cup while buildings fade to paper shapes. I do not need the city louder, it already shines below the glass. A window, a pot, a pale spoon can make the height feel kind. A woman writes on hotel stationery with her coat still on the chair. She pauses over one sentence and watches clouds take the roofs. The server folds the tea towel over one arm without haste. A soft saxophone from the speakers finds the edge of evening. The teapot lid trembles slightly when the table is cleared nearby. A tower light turns on below and enters the porcelain. The teapot gives the skyline back as the windows darken blue. I finish the amber slowly and leave the spoon in place. The city keeps moving far beneath. The room remains above its hurry. One white pot on a linen table holds the last of the light. Fern shadows cross the table. Iced tea sweats on a coaster. A pencil taps against one clue, then rests along the folded paper. The blinds make stripes on the floor and shift when the fan turns. I fill 3 letters, leave 2 open, and watch the lemon rind sink. A rattan chair complains softly whenever I reach for the glass. The room holds its warm breath around a question I cannot solve. A blank square can hold the sun until the right word finds it. The paper curls along the crease where my wrist has warmed the page. Nothing in the house is urgent. The fern keeps moving on the wall. I let the clue remain unanswered while the tea grows pale with ice. A neighbor's mower starts outside, then drifts behind the hedge. I try a word, then cross it out so lightly it stays visible. The cat sleeps under the chair with one paw over its eyes. Touches the window screen and changes its mind at once. The pencil rolls into shadow under the saucer's rim. The blank square keeps its sunlight after the answer comes to me. I write it down without a flourish and fold the paper over once. The tea is mostly water now. The fern still draws the wall. The hour leaves by the back door with graphite on my hand. White dim lights soften on cotton. A tea cart waits by the stage. Lemon biscuits line a paper plate, and ribbons lean on safety pins. Linen move between the rows, touching corners with 2 fingers. A blue quilt hangs from a metal frame with names stitched along the edge. I take tea in a foam cup and stand where the backing shows. The cloth moves slightly in the air from the fan above the scoreboard. Every stitch holds a different room, a kitchen, a porch, a winter bed. The patterns do not explain themselves, they only keep the hands in view. A biscuit breaks without a sound over the napkin in my palm. I follow one red thread across until it disappears in white. A judge pins a ribbon carefully, then steps back with both hands folded. Someone reads a card aloud for a woman who could not come. The tea cart wheel turns once and settles into the floor line. Sunlight from the exit door falls over the quilt backs first. The front of every pattern waits for people ready to look. Each stitch keeps holding its room. When the cart begins to empty, I place my cup on a folding chair and walk the last row slowly. The gem returns to ordinary light, but the cotton keeps its weather. A red thread stays in my mind, tucked where no one sees. The window hums with winter salt. A candle leans beside the keys. The ocean is hidden by the dark, but not by sound. The pianist keeps her coat on while she tests the lower notes. Each chord spreads through velvet chairs like warmth beneath a closed door. A waiter clears two empty glasses from a table near the wall. The silver tray gives back the candle in one long shaken line. Cold air slips beneath the curtain. The room answers with low wood. Each low note carries back the tide, a blue weight under the floor. I do not need the sea in view to know it is returning. The piano keeps its hands near midnight. The flame keeps working in the glass. A slow song makes the window warmer than the weather meant it to be. An older couple shares a blanket over their knees without a word. The man turns his ring once slowly, while the left hand carries the tune. Outside, the pier light disappears, then finds the rain along the rail. Inside, the last chord stays open as if waiting for the tide. A candle gutter shakes the table. The pianist lifts her eyes. No one speaks across the carpet until the next soft measure starts. Each lower chord draws back the tide. The room keeps blue inside the wood. I leave before the final set with salt air in my scarf. The hotel door closes behind me. The beach road waits without a sound. Somewhere below the darkened windows, the water folds itself again. The city haze remains under the arrangement. The city haze remains under the arrangement. Stay tucked behind the mallets. The terrace feels open but never bright. The groove keeps a quiet after midnight glide. The Wurlitzer returns with lower voicing. Shaker texture brushes the edge of the beat. The first and final, the first place. The trumpet fades before the final turn. The terrace dissolves into soft vinyl air.
Sawdust gathers under the bins. Brass screws shine in shallow drawers. A coffee pot burns low and steady beside the key cutting machine. The clerk tears open paper filters and shakes one loose above the sink. A man compares two paint cards in the patient light of aisle 3. I take my cup near the pegboard where gloves hang palm to palm. The cutter grinds one new key, then settles back into silence. The aisles smell useful before noon, with wood dust, metal, paper, oil. A hinge rests next to the register, wrapped in a paper bag. No one calls this comfort out loud, but everyone knows where it is. In the cup that warms the counter, and the screw that finally fits. woman asks about a faucet and sketches the leak with both hands. The clerk nods from memory, then reaches under the till. Outside a pickup idles softly with lumber tied in twine. Sunlight finds the paint chips and turns them into weather. I slide one under my cup to keep the rain from spreading. The house keeps smelling useful when the coffee pot is rinsed. A new key cools in my pocket, still rough along one edge. I leave with tape and picture hooks and sawdust on my cuffs. The door closes behind me with a bell made for Saturday. Saplings lean in burlap rows. Hose mist drifts through afternoon shade. Clay pots warm along the wall, and soil tags twist in thin wire. The nursery clerk waters slowly, letting each pot darken first. A wheelbarrow trail crosses the gravel and stops at the register step. I read the care card twice before choosing the smallest tree. Mist gathers on my forearm and cools before I move. Roots wait in their paper sleeves with soil pressed close around them. The tag says sun, says room, says water in letters that already fade. I lift the pot with both hands and feel the future in its weight. The nursery keeps its voices low under leaves that have just begun. A woman asks about late frost and points toward the northern fence. The clerk shows her where new growth has reddened at the tips. A watering can rests upside down, with one drop hanging from its lip. The sapling brushes my sleeve when I carry it past the gate. A green mark stays on the fabric, too slight to call a stain. Roots way inside the paper when I place the tree in the car. Clay dust settles on the seat and hose mist fades from my skin. The nursery rows stay behind me, soft in the afternoon shade. I drive slowly with one new tree and no promise spoken aloud.
figure sits close to the left hand. Final air fills the space between phrases. The volume remains flat and calm. Brushes move like fabric over the snare. A faint rhodes layer touches the final beat. Trumpet color withdraws before it leads. The bass leaves a short, warm pause. The world Cinnamon steam leaves the cup. A canvas chair creaks under me. Amber light gathers on the spine of a book with softened corners. The teaspoon stains a narrow ring on the table's pale wood grain. I read the same paragraph twice and do not mind the delay. A bookmark made of yarn brushes against my wrist. Outside, the late rain thins against the dark shop awning. The page turns softer in red tea. The words lose all their edges. A lamp keeps one warm circle around the chair and cup. I do not need to reach the ending before the weather changes. The room is kind to slow reading and lets the sentence breathe. A barista arranges clean glasses without clinking them together. A man near the side shelf sleeps with one hand in a book. The tea grows darker near the bottom where the cinnamon settles. A strand of yarn slips from the page and rests across the table. The lamp turns it copper for one unmeasured minute. The page keeps its red warmth when I close the book halfway. Rain fades into traffic tires and the cup cools in my hand. I leave the chair where it was facing the empty wax numbers glow beside the doors. The carpet takes the sound away. A tea tray waits near room 16 with lemon wrapped in cloth. The corridor bends before the lift, past mirrors etched in cloudy gold. Someone has left a folded paper underneath a crystal lamp. I walk slowly from the lounge with cardamom on my sleeve. The city climbs the window glass in broken squares of light. A service cart clicks softly once, then disappears around the turn. Each footstep warms along the hall. It gives the night a lower tone. A door chain slips behind one room, and steam escapes beneath another. I keep my key inside my palm until the metal knows my hand. No need to make the evening larger than the tray left at the door. A maid folds linen in a closet where the bulb has gone half warm. A vase of eucalyptus leans toward the air conditioning vent. Two voices pass behind the wallpaper, then vanish into private rooms. The lift arrives with no one in it and waits as if it understands. The carpet pattern darkens gently where the lampshade misses gold. I hear a kettle click far off in a room I will never know. The hall warms under every step. The city lowers behind the glass. I slide the key card through the reader and let the green light breathe. Inside, the curtains hold their shape. The tea cools beside the bed. The corridor keeps all its quiet while the night takes off its shoes. Brushes barely touch the edge of the measure. A Wurlitzer layer warms the lower harmony. The star chart feeling stays still and wide. decline steps forward. The bass holds the center without motion. A iPhone glint appears for 2 beats. The tape pad remains. The structure breathes without a rise. The dome image stays closed and calm. Wurlitzer answers in low velvet chords. The bass lets silence fill the bar lines. A final mallet tone crosses the stereo field. Fog gathers below the antenna. A chip cup cools on the desk. Ring gauges stand in a row, each with a line to remember. The barometer glass is spotless except for one thumb-shaped cloud. A pencil rolls toward the weather log and stops against a rubber boot. I pour coffee from a flask that smells faintly of metal. The wind chart lifts at one corner, then settles under a paperweight. The sky is measured then left alone. No hand can hurry the pressure down. Numbers fill the morning column, while fog erases the lower road. I hold the cup against the sill and watch the tower light blink once. The room keeps its narrow purpose, and that is why it calms me. The technician changes the ribbon on the machine that marks the gusts. Her sleeve brushes the corkboard where old forecast fade to cream. Outside, a crow takes the fence line and disappears into white. A droplet slides down the gauge, slow as a thought being kept. The pencil waits beside the log with its point already dull. The sky stays measured and distant when the cup has lost its heat. I close the weather book gently and leave the figures to dry. Fog presses softly at the hill but does not enter the room. The tower blinks once behind me, steady as a held breath.
cream sleeve brushes the piano and softens one low chord. Lemon water sits on the lid with no ice left to turn. The pianist plays before dinner for a room still half arranged. His jacket folds at the elbow each time his left hand drops. A waiter stacks dessert forks behind a screen of amber glass. The carpet makes the room feel lower than the ceiling says it is. The waterline inside the glass tilts when the bass notes land. His sleeve brushes one dim chord and warms the table by degrees. The tune does not cross the room, it stays beside the lamp. I listen from the second table where shadows gather under plates. A melody can keep its manners and still make the evening change. The pianist turns a page gently, though he knows the piece by heart. One corner of the linen jacket catches gold from the candle. A couple enters with raincoats and pauses near the host stand. The tune gives them enough room to take their coats off slowly. The lemon slice sticks to the glass as the final measure closes. He lifts his hands from the keys, but the room holds their shape. The sleeve returns to its first fold. The low chord fades into cloth. I leave my napkin on the chair and let the music stay behind. The pianist reaches for the water. The candle shortens by degrees. Outside the dining room, the hallway carries one soft note away. Stone holds heat under the table. Glass bottles line the shaded wall. A paper cup bends at the rim. The hillside smells of wet iron. The attendant rinses each bottle, then sets it neck down on a rack. A striped towel hangs from a nail, moving only when the door swings. I fill one cup from the cold tap and wait for the bubbles to rise. No one speaks over the water. The room has learned that kind of sound. The water tastes faintly of the hill. A little metal, a little rain. It cools the back of the tongue, then leaves the throat awake. The bottles shine without display. The shade lies flat across the stone. I take the bench farthest from the door and let my shoulders lower there. A woman folds a map in thirds and places it under her glass. A cyclist counts coins for refills, with dust along his helmet strap. Outside, bees work the clover beyond the painted route sign. The porcelain tap keeps dripping into a bowl worn smooth below. Each drop darkens the stone, then disappears inside it. The water still tastes of the hill when I cap the bottle again. Warm stone gives back the afternoon. Through the soles of my shoes I leave before the shadows stretch past the towel on the nail. The canteen cools behind me, one clear glass at a time.
White stems bend inside the glass, above the bottle still in rows. 4 o'clock sits on the bar like a glass not yet lifted. The bartender cuts a lemon twist and lets the peel rest on ice. His apron is tied too neatly for the first hour of the room. I sit beneath a hanging fern with tonic bubbles climbing slowly. The mirror gives the orchids back in a deeper kind of white. A cue cracks once in the shaker before the music settles in. Orchids lean into the mirror light, their stems bend without drama. A gin glass gathers early air and cools the print beneath my hand. The afternoon is nocturne social. Stools are spaced like commas. I stay where the bar is still learning how evening wants to sound. A man leaves roses at the end stool, then steps out to take a call. The bartender does not move them until their paper stops trembling. The ceiling fan turns over the bottles and pulls green shade across the wall. Outside, a delivery van reverses with one low warning note. The lemon twist unwinds slightly beside the glass it never touched. The orchids keep the mirror bright long after the call ends. The white stems turn toward the mirror. The bar remains in its first hour. I leave my tonic half finished and take the cool print from the coaster behind me. Roses wait on leather. The bartender lowers the fern shade. 4 o'clock slips into 5 without disturbing the glass. The scent stays low beneath the moving stairs. boxes with warm pastry air. Ivory counters curve around the corner, where shoppers slow their steps. The cafe sits above cosmetics, with a view of gloves and silk. A woman checks a powder compact, then orders tea with lemon. I place a bag beside my chair, from a shop I never planned to enter. The ribbon slips against the handle and catches in the light. The escalator hums in circles, bringing voices up like water. Perfume lingers under the escalator. The cup rings softly on the tray. A spoon turns cream through coffee until the color finds its balance. The floor below keeps shining. The counters hold their ivory line. I rest my hands around the cup and let the afternoon come down. A child presses both hands flat against the glass dessert case. His mother lifts him gently away before the print can fog too wide. A saleswoman walks past the railing with tissue paper in her arms. Every folded sheet reflects a different shade of white. My ribbon falls from the chair and lands beside the table leg. I tie it once, not too neatly, then let the knot remain. The scent stays under the escalator. The cafe keeps its polished hush. I leave with the bag held lower than when the ride began. Below me, counters turn to mirrors. The escalator takes me down. Tea warmth stays inside my palm, past gloves, silk, and perfume.
The lanes shine under house lights. Flannel shoes wait on the counter. Soda fizz climbs a plastic cup and stops before the lid. The alley is almost empty except for a man wiping tables. He stacks score sheets by the register and checks the pretzel warmer. I lay shoes the wrong way first, then laugh under my breath. A pin setter moves at the far end, soft as furniture in another room. The lanes shine with unneeding applause, their arrows clean and patient. A blue ball turns in the return, then settles into place. No one cheers above the music, no one calls the game by name. I roll once down the center and let the echo come back small. A woman in a work shirt practices with her lunch bag on a chair. She picks up a spare, then shrugs as if the room already knew. The soda ice shifts in my cup when the next ball reaches wood. One shoe squeaks across the polish, then stops beside the foul line. The screen glows with two names, both waiting for a turn. The lanes keep shining at noon when the game is hardly a game. I return the shoes to the counter with their laces tucked inside. Outside, the sunlight feels less sharp than when I first came through. The alley breeze behind its doors, low waxed and blue.
Varnished petals rest in a row, ropes dry on the wooden rail. The air smells faintly of sunscreen and pine cones under the counter. A boy measures the lake with both eyes while his father signs the waiver. The clerk stamps a blue wristband and circles the return time. I place coins beside the rate board where water rings have dried. A life vest swings from the hook and taps the wall once. The paddles wait like quiet oarsmen along the rental counter wall. The lake moves beyond the screen door, green and patient under sun. No one has pushed off yet, the dock still holds the boats. I hear the soft knock of rope and the morning widens gently. A woman buys an extra map, though the shoreline makes a circle. The clerk points toward the shallow cove with a pencil chewed at the end. A dragonfly holds its place over the blue cash box. The first canoe leaves the dock without troubling the water. Its shadow folds under it and opens again behind. The paddles wait in the warm shade for hands they have not met. I step onto the plank slowly with lake light on my sleeve. Behind me, the counter bell is quiet and the ropes keep drying in rows. The day begins with one soft knock against the side of the boat.
Green water glows under the lamp. Bubbles climb behind plastic kelp. A blue straw bends in my glass and sugar packets lean in rows. The corner table wobbles slightly unless a napkin holds one leg. A goldfish turns through the bubbles, dragging orange through the room. I open a menu laminated smooth and see my face in its shine. The pump hums under the the counter, steadier than the afternoon. A goldfish carries the room around, one slow circle at a time. It passes the kelp, the gravel hill, the castle with one broken gate. My drink sweats on the table edge, the straw lifts when the ice shifts. The tent keeps changing everything without moving very far. A cook comes out for a break and feeds the fish one pinch. A girl at the next table whispers that orange must be a lucky color. The pump answers with more bubbles, soft against the glass wall. A flake of food drifts downward and disappears before it lands. The fish turns once toward me, then forgets what I am. The goldfish carries the corner until my glass is empty. The gravel glows with green light and the broken gate stays open. I pay without making noise and leave the table balanced behind me. The tank keeps breathing in its own bright water. Croquet hoops lean in the grass as the sky turns apricot low. A waiter carries tonic water past the clipped white chairs. The hotel green is nearly empty, except for one coat on the rail. A linen sleeve brushes the table and gathers pollen from the hedge. I sit with my back to the building where windows hold the sun twice. A glass sweats on the coaster and darkens the paper edge. A mallet rests beside the border with grass caught on its head. The lawn keeps sunset below the windows, a softer orange than the sky. The tonic bubbles lose their hurry before they reach the lime. No one finishes the last game. The score stays written in white chalk. Evening folds around the hedges and leaves the green unclaimed. Two guests cross toward the terrace in shoes too clean for the grass. They stop to watch the swallows dip over the empty wickets. The waiter gathers unused glasses and leaves the coat where it hangs. A sprinkler clicks once in the border, then turns its face away. The sky lowers through the windows and touches the back of my hand. A blade of grass clings to linen. until I lift it from my sleeve. The lawn holds the last orange quietly. The chalk line fades beside the tray. I finish the tonic after sunset and let the ice go clear. Behind me windows deep in blue. The mallet sleeps against the rail. The green remains under the evening, like a table set for no one.
Cream walls hold the linen scent before the elevator moves. The mirrored floor reflects my shoes and a thin line of brass. Someone has pressed the top button, then stepped out at the lobby. The doors close on an empty hall and leave the scent behind. I stand with one hand near the rail and watch the numbers dim. Each floor arrives without a sound, then slips back into cream. A soft lift hums under the panel and gathers in my sleeves. Linen scent rises before the doors open. The mirrored floor takes in the light. My reflection stands beside me, less certain than the brass. The ride is only half a minute, but the air feels carefully folded. I let the elevator carry me through quiet layers of the hotel. At 7, the doors reveal flowers on a table with no one near. Their white petals lean toward me, then vanish as I pass. At 10, a hallway opens briefly with room service far away. A tray glints once near a wall before the doors return. The rail warms under my palm by the time the bell sounds low. The scent has followed every floor without changing its shape. The doors open into pale carpet. The linen remains in the air. I step out softer than I entered, with brass light on my coat. Behind me, the elevator closes and carries the scent upward. The mirrored floor keeps nothing but a small seam of cream.
Green wallpaper holds painted pheasants above a rack of cooling toast. Cream light settles on the carpet where the morning paper lies. The waiter pours coffee from silver without letting the pot touch the cup. A folded napkin stands upright beside marmalade in cut glass. I choose the chair facing the garden where box hedges keep their lines. The room gives nothing away quickly except the warmth of bread. A clock ticks behind the sideboard. with a voice too small for power. Toast cools under the painted pheasants. The silver keeps a patience shine. A butter knife rests on the plate like a sentence finished early. The window shows a clipped lawn and a cloud without ambition. I sit inside the cream light and let breakfast take its time. An older woman reads the racing page through glasses on a chain. She taps one name with her finger, then folds the paper clean. The waiter changes the toast rack for one still holding steam. No one comments on the service, which is how the room says thanks. A spoon slips from a saucer and lands on folded linen. The sound is brief and silver, then the morning closes around it. Toast cools beneath the painted birds. The garden stays behind the glass. I leave my chair pushed in neatly and take the hallway slowly. The sideboard keeps the clock's thin pulse. The coffee pot returns to shadow. A last strip of cream light remains across the paper's empty fold.
Rain starts lightly on the tin. Melons rest in green crates. A scale hangs over the counter with one plum in its dish. The woman in the apron marks prices with a pencil tied to string. She lifts a melon to her ear and listens before she smiles. I stand under the roof edge, watching water thread the gutters. The rain quickens for a moment, then softens over the signs. Rain writes quickly on the roof, but the stand keeps a slower hand. Plums darken in their baskets, tomatoes warm beneath the cloth. The scale dips, rises, settles, with a weight both brief and sure. I choose what fits in one paper bag and hold it close against the weather. A boy counts cherries by the color and gets distracted by the sound. An older couple shares an umbrella while arguing softly over corn. The apron woman ties another knot in the twine around the beam. One drop falls from the roof line into the empty melon box. The cardboard drinks it in and turns a deeper brown. The rain keeps riding overhead. When my back grows warm and heavy, I step from tin to the lane with plum juice on one thumb. The stand behind me stays bright under its low silver sound, and every crate of summer color waits for the next clear break. Chlorine hangs in the hallway, towels drip from painted hooks. Blue kickboards line the wall, and the glass keeps the pool warm. Parents sit behind the window with paper cups and folded coats. A child holds the edge and listens to a goggles, fog on the sill beside a ring of keys. A wet footprint shines and disappears across the hallway floor. The children move one hand at a time through blue and careful water. No one cheers above the echo, no one rushes the next breath. The window holds each little crossing until it reaches the other side. A boy in a yellow cap lets go for half a second. His mother presses both hands together, then relaxes them in her lap. The teacher smiles under her whistle and points toward the ladder. A towel falls from its hook and lands with a quiet slap. The pool lights ripple over it like water remembering itself. The footprint fades into the floor as the lesson loosens its line. Children gather at the benches with wet hair in their eyes. I stand before the glass a moment while blue light moves on my sleeve. The pool keeps breathing softly behind the fogging pane.
Watch faces sleep behind glass. Velvet trays hold their dark nap. Street dust softens the display, and a clock ticks out of view. The owner lifts a brass scale and sets it closer to the lamp. A guitar string packet hangs crooked above a shelf of ring boxes. I read price tags written small on paper yellowed at the corners. The door buzzer gives one note and leaves the glass case quiet. Old gold dims without losing weight under the lamp's patient edge. A watch with no working second hand still gathers light in its face. Nothing here is thrown away, nothing here is fully kept. I stand with dust on my coat and let the cases stay closed. About a radio, then changes his mind politely. The owner wraps a silver chain in tissue from a narrow drawer. Outside, buses turn the corner and shake light across the glass. A ring box opens halfway and shuts under one thumb. The velvet keeps its mark after the hand moves on. The old gold stays dim and heavy when the lamp is switched lower. I leave the watch faces sleeping and the brass scale at rest. The window holds my outline briefly and gives it back to the street. Inside, the clock keeps ticking where no one needs to see.
Green water presses at the gate. A sandwich rests in wax wax paper. Rope marks darken the iron rail. Clouds drift over the narrow lane. The keeper turns the handle twice, with both sleeves rolled to the elbow. A rented boat leans in the chamber, its kettle tied down with string. I unwrap lunch on the stone wall and taste cold mustard in the wind. The water rises by inches, a duck slips past the warning chain. The lock opens like a careful sentence, low hinge, green pull, wooden hull. Nothing arrives all at once here. The level changes underfoot. A paper napkin moves and stops against the heel of my shoe. I take another quiet bite and let the river do the work. A child asks how deep it gets. Her grandfather points to the stain. The boatman checks the painted number and waits for the keeper's hand. Beyond the bridge, a bicycle bell fades before the gate is wide. Lunch paper folds itself inward when the first boat glides through. The rope lifts once from the rail, then drops its weight again. The lock opens without hurry, and the water finds its mesh. The sandwich paper warms in my palm. A mild sun breaks through the clouds. I follow the towpath slowly past the moss on the stones. Behind me, the gate closes softly, as if finishing the thought. Shifts behind the grate and lifts a breath of orange light. The armchair creaks as I sit down, with snow melting on my cuffs. The shelves are dark with walnut oil, and books lean shoulder into shoulder. A globe stands near the writing desk, its oceans browned by years of hands. Find a matchbox in a drawer beside 3 keys without a tag. The leather spine against my palm feels warmer than the glass outside. Ash gathers on the iron lip. The room smells faintly of cedar smoke. Orange embers study every shelf. It turns each title toward the dark. A page lies open on my knee, where winter cannot reach the words. I listen to the house settle down. A pipe knocks once behind the wall. The hour lowers into the rug and stays there without needing me. A portrait watches over the mantel, with dust along the painted sleeve. The clock refuses to sound grand and gives one careful chime instead. The snow outside the tall windows finds the hedges, then the lawn inside. A bookmark block of blue silk falls softly from a travel book. I pick it up with both hands as if it carried someone's breath. The fire pulls gold from the thread, then lets the color go. Embers brush the shells with orange. The shells keep their older names. I close the book before the ending and rested by the chair. Outside, the snow keeps its distance. The windows hold their darker shine. I stay until the last low ember turns to a quieter red.
Cotton squares cover the table. A screen door taps in the heat. Coffee rings mark yesterday's paper. Thread catches on the wicker arm. 3 chairs face the willow tree, each with a basket at its feet. A woman knots red thread carefully, then presses the seam with her thumb. The porch boards hold afternoon shade in lines too narrow to step around. A needle flashes, then disappears. The cup cools between 2 stories. The needle travels farther than the road, across blue cloth and faded cream. No one hurries the next square down. No one asks the pattern to speak. A stitch slips under the fingertip, then finds its place without a sound. I sit with the coffee going warm and watch the work become a map. A neighbor brings a bowl of cherries and leaves it close to the pins. Someone laughs about a crooked seam, but keeps it in the corner block. A dog sleeps under the table with thread on one brown paw. Light passes through the muslin and softens every color twice. The porch fan turns above us like it has all day to learn. The needle goes on traveling long after the road turns white. A square of blue rests in my lap, warm from another person's hand. When I leave, the screen door answers with one low wooden sigh. The quilt keeps growing behind me, row by row, shade by shade. A blue cup waits beside the margin, with tea gone pale at the rim. The lampshade leans toward the book and warms the paper grain. Someone has drawn a star in pencil near a paragraph about weather. I place my thumb below the line and feel the dent it made. The table is scarred in ovals from cups set down for years. A folded letter marks the chapter without giving up its name. The page breathes when the door opens, then lies flat again. Blue china steadies the afternoon
shine while the lamp lowers into gold. A sentence waits beneath my finger and asks for one more reading. The room is not asking for meaning, it leaves the work to paper and hands. I turn the cup inside its saucer and let the shadow keep the page. A man across the long table checks a footnote with his nail. His glasses slide down slightly and he lets them stay there. Rain begins somewhere below us, but only reaches as a hush. A librarian walks through the aisle with cards held against her chest. One pencil shaving curls inward like a shell beside the spine. The lamp keeps its slanted circle around the corner of the book. The china cools beside the margin. The star stays where someone left it. I close the cover with one palm and do not smooth the folded letter. The chair gives back a wooden sigh. The table keeps the cup ring faint. I leave the room a little slower with tea light under my sleeve.
A broom sighs once against the wall. Sun gathers on the silver spokes. The bell above the door is cracked. Oil darkens on a folded rack. The mechanic lifts a bent front wheel and spins it slowly with one hand. A mug cools beside the tire patches, steam fading over the enamel rim. I stand where the inner tubes hang and listen to the workbench breathe. The street outside keeps rolling past. The shop stays tuned to smaller things. A wheel turns once and the morning loosens. The counter smells of rubber and rain. No sound rises past the ceiling. No hurry, ask the tools to sing. A brass bell waits above the glass. A loose chain settles into place. I leave my name on a paper tag and let the day go lightly on. Courier waits with one shoe tapping, his red bag folded at his knees. The mechanic wipes grease from a thumb, then marks the rim with chalk. A dog looks in through the doorway and shakes dust from its ears. The pump handle leans in sunlight, a spoke key shines beside the till. Nothing in the room moves fast except the clock above the parts. The wheel turns once behind me when I step back to the street. The bell gives out a softer note than it did when I arrived. My hands keep the rubber smell. The pavement warms under the curb, and somewhere almost out of sight, a rider finds the easy lane.
The world it serves, the world it steps. The world it serves, the warmer voicing. The world it serves, the world it stops. A faint symbol brush marks the last bar. The foghorn color dissolves into tape warmth.
Ink pad stain the clerk's fingers. Parcel twine curls from a drawer. Blue slips wait beside the scale, and coffee steams behind the tape. A woman presses down a label with both thumbs at the corners. The scale blinks red, then settles under a box wrapped in brown. I stand with my envelope open and a pen that writes too dark. The mailbag leans on the wall, soft from carrying other towns. A stamp can finish a journey before the road begins. The clerk lines up the paper edge and smooths the tape across. No one waves at the counter, no one needs a speech for leaving. The blue slip folds once in half and finds its place in my coat. A man sends a birthday parcel with ribbon under one knot. He checks the address twice, then nods to no one in particular. The ruler slides along the counter, measuring a distance in inches. The stamp lands on the envelope with a sound too slight to keep. The clerk's hand lifts away, and the corner stays complete. The journey finishes in ink, then begins behind the door. My envelope joins the canvas bag among boxes, slips and twine. Outside, the sidewalk carries me off in the opposite direction. The counter light remains blue over departures, still unspoken. Peat, steam, fogs, the window jarrings wait in a shallow bowl. A check cloth covers the table with sugar shining in the weave. My aunt lifts the red enamel pot and sets it down without a splash. The ladle moves from hand to hand, slow enough to catch the light. I wipe the rim of every jar before the lids are tightened down. A fly bumps softly at the screen, then finds the corner of the frame. Summer clicks shut under each lid. A row of jars cools on the cloth. The peaches turn the kitchen gold without needing any sun. Steam rises through the open window and leaves sweetness in the air. I count the seals beneath my breath as if they were a quiet song. Someone writes the date on labels with a pen that fades to brown. A child steals one peach slice and stands there with syrup on his chin. The towels pile near the stove, heavy with the work of water. The first lid gives its tiny pop and every shoulder eases. The kitchen listens for the next one under the fan's slow turn. Summer cools inside the glass while the table clears itself. I carry one jar to the pantry and place it behind the flower. The window holds the peach steam late. Even after dusk comes in, the sweetness stays where we left it, lined up for a colder day.
The bright bass moves in long rounded notes. A soft string pad folds behind the curtains. A distant elevator bell appears once and fades. The volume remains even and low. Dun, 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 dun. The rhythm stays barely above a whisper, a muted breeze, one short answer. The room tone remains close and dim. quiet pace. Curtain-like strings pass behind the harmony. A vibraphone note appears like a lamp reflection. Orange light turns in the parking lot. Black coffee stains a white mug. Salt dries on the rubber mat, and gloves steam under the counter. The driver sits with both hands open, as if the wheel is still in them. Eggs arrive in a cloud of heat, with pepper already on the yolks. A wool hat hangs from the coat hook, dropping snow onto the floor. The window fogs above the booth, then clears where someone writes a name. Snow waits outside with its engine running, but the counter keeps the morning still. A plow key rests beside the napkins, bright against the laminate. No one rushes through the coffee, no one has the road to speak. The orange beacon turns and turns, softened by the kitchen glass. A cook fills the travel cup and slides it over without a word. The driver tears toast in half and checks the storm map with one thumb. A radio mentions county lines in a voice kept low for breakfast. Melt water gathers near the door in a crescent under the mat. The beacon touches each spoon once and leaves the metal warm. Snow keeps sidling past the window while the last cup is filled. The driver lifts the wool hat down and pulls the morning back on. I stay until the lot grows pale and the plow turns toward the ridge. The counter dims behind the steam, still holding salt and coffee. Dust hangs over the third baseline. Nacho cheese cools in a paper tray. The scoreboard light is hard to read under the last hour of sun. A girl wipes clay from her knee with the edge of a team shirt. Her father folds the scorebook closed and tucks a pen kiosk fan pushes warm air across ketchup packets and coins. Someone drags a rake through the infield and leaves the dirt looking brushed. The diamond softens after the game when the cheers have left the fence. A plastic fork bends in my hand and the bench holds summer heat. The bases sit where they were placed, white corners in the dust. I eat slowly under the awning while the field lets go of sound. Two players trade sunflower seeds and talk about nothing important. A younger brother swings a bat at shadows under the stadium seats. The cooler lid opens and closes with a sigh of melting ice. A foul ball lies under a chair, forgotten in plain sight. The sun catches its red stitching and leaves the rest alone. The field keeps softening behind me as the gate swings once and rests. Paper trays stacked by the register and clay dries on every shoe. I leave before the lights come on, carrying salt on my fingers. The diamond stays there in the dust, patient for another day.
Amber gathers at the rod's end. Cold tea waits on a cork pad. Chalk marks circle the workbench, and the floor holds a mild heat. The glass blower returns without speaking, 1 foot steady on the concrete. Her goggles catch the furnace glow, then go dark when she steps back. I stand beside the lunch bench with my sleeves away from the flame. A shape begins inside the color, too slowly to be called a change. Heat bends light before it cools, a bright curve rounds into itself. No one moves closer than they should, no one lifts their voice above breath. The rod keeps turning in her hands, the glass answers with its weight. I watch the color settle down into something it can keep. A small radio plays in the office, low beneath the furnace fan. Someone unwraps a sandwich carefully and sets pickles on the paper. The cooling rack glows faintly along the far wall of brick. White chalk dust clings to my sleeve when I lean against the bench. The tea has lost its warmth, but not its place beside me. Heat leaves the glass by degrees, and the room grows easy again. She places the new shape down as if setting down a word. I step back from the bench with ember still behind my eyes. Outside, noon lies on the pavement, pale and quiet as cool glass. Cedar shavings cling to sleeves, graphite dust dulls the window ledge. Lunch trays slide along the rail, and the clock says noon in red. The workers sit in a loose half circle with sandwiches wrapped in waxed paper. A yellow paint chip rests on my thumb from the door beside the line. Someone shakes pepper over soup and laughs without showing teeth. The vending machine hums in one note under the smell of pencil wood. Even the pencils rest at noon, stacked in boxes down the hall, their sharpened points hidden away, their painted sides still warm from hands. A tray clicks softly on the table, a carton of milk bends at the seam. The room keeps its working color, but loosens for a little while. A woman removes her hairnet and folds it in her paper bag. A man draws a house on a napkin with the stub from his front pocket. The fan turns graphite in the air, too fine to land as dust. A pallet truck stops outside and waits for the door to lift. No one moves toward it yet, the soup is still warm. Pencils will wake afternoon with labels, boxes, shipping tape. For now the benches hold the room, and cedar stays in every cuff. I leave my tray beside the sink where water beats on stainless steel. The clock returns to its red numbers, and the hallway smells of wood.
Cedar boards darken after rain. A barrel ring shines under the eave. Basil bends from the earth pot, and a tin scoop rests on its side. The back porch table is set for two, though only one plate holds bread. Tomato vines lean through the railing, still wet from the afternoon cloud. I pour water into a glass and hear it answer the barrel. A drip falls from the roof edge and strikes the scoop once. Water gathers its own memory in the barrel's wooden shade. It carries roof dust, basil scent, and the cool after-rain air. The plate stays white on the table, the bread stays warm under cloth. I let the porch keep the weather where the room can still taste it. Screen door closes across the alley, soft and late. A cat steps around the herb pots without touching the wet leaves. The barrel gives a hollow sound when I set the scoop back down. One basil leaf sticks to my thumb and leaves its green smell there. The sky clears behind the gutter without turning fully bright. A soft synth pad spreads behind the parapet. The groove stays low and unhurried. The rhythm remains soft enough for conversation. A lemon peel phrase, light percussion keeps the evening moving. The rooftop air stays calm and even. The bass shifts to